Hello! Oh my gosh. I've got a new spinny thing. Husbando let me borrow his spinny thing to turn the volume down. It's very exciting. Hello! How you doing? How you doing? How is everybody today? How is everybody? I'm not very Genki, can you tell? I might have only woken up an hour and a half ago. I'm very tired. Ah! Hello, Potter. Hi, everyone. If you live in Europe, remember that today we are switching the clocks back to wintertime. That is very true. And also possibly part of the reason why I accidentally stayed up quite late last night. Whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy. I knew it was happening. That's the worst part. I was like, I will schedule this for 1 p.m. UTC because that will now be 1 p.m. Dublin time. Then it just didn't go that way. So yeah. Pain. Hi Lankuri, hello. Finally awake for a Psydere stream. Let's go. I'm not awake. We'll have to make this work. I think the first pomodoro for me is just going to be waking up. I might let myself do something like chill so that I can actually wake up. Hi Nico, hi, co-working stream, let's go, yeah. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Hello M0, an afternoon stream feels weird. I think a weekend stream also feels weird, right? Afternoon in the week is not weird. A weekend stream is weird. I don't normally do them, but that's just like the place that I'm at right now. That's like the place where I'm at with my work. I need to work on the weekend. It's very unfortunate. Pain. Pomodoro on a weekend, pain, I know. Also, hi-fi, how you doing? It is indeed pain, but, you know, I've got things to do. I've got a thesis to finish, etc, etc. I watch Makering! Not in the US for another week. Ooh, okay. So, oh yeah, I always forget that the US has, like, a different clock changing time to the Europe. Because there's been quite a few times where I've had, like, meetings with people in the US and we've just completely messed up the time zones because of it, which is quite funny. I made donuts this morning. My batter dropper is terrible though. That's so good. I love that. I love donuts. I'm a big donut fan. Oh, I want some donut now. Oh, why would you say this? Oh, I've got cookie. I've got cookie dough. Maybe I'll make myself a cookie at some point as a... If I hit a certain number of words, I might give myself a cookie. Hi Sayan, how you doing? Good morning, quantitative psychologist Psydere. Hello, yes, good morning. Well, it's afternoon for me, but yes, that is me, quantitative psychologist, yes. Although, it's funny you say that, I actually do mixed methods. I do qualitative too. The plot thickens. Some locations in the US don't experience daylight savings at all. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Hi Hogan, how you doing? How you doing? Yes. Hello. Let's see. These are my attempts at apple cider donut. Okay, that sounds good. Apple cider donuts, that sounds good. Second day trying to fry them. Normally I baked them. It would be a wonderful cake crumb, but I learned it does not work in the fryer. Oh. Well, you wouldn't have learned unless you experimented, right? So that's good. It's fun. I've been like experimenting a little bit more with cooking recently because we got this like pressure cooker thing. And now I'm like, I want to test making all of the soups. So that's what I've been doing. I've been testing all of the soups. Well, I say all of the soups, I've tried 2, but I'm gonna try more. I'm very excited. I like just putting things in the pressure cooker for like setting it for like 45 minutes and be like, I wonder how soupy this soup will be. And then 9 times out of 10 it's very soupy. Very good. Arizona is one of the states where they just stay on standard time. That I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, you like soup? Name every soup? All of them. All of the soups. You know, the funny thing is that I can't even think of any right now. French onion soup. That's one. That's a soup. Borscht, that's a soup. I made like so what I've made so far was like the traditional Irish soup. Like there's like this traditional Irish vegetable soup, which every family has like their own slightly different recipe of. So I made that. Yes. I made that. And then I also made what's the other one I made? I made like Polish style split pea soup. Yes. Those are the two soups I've made. They were quite good, I think. I think they were alright. But like the split pea soup, I didn't put enough water in it, and then it like congealed into hummus. It was very strange. Very, very strange. Eggs don't like gluten bonds. Fryer relies on gluten. Oh, I see. I see. That makes sense. Why also doesn't do DST? Maybe Alaska too? Interesting. Interesting. I can kind of see Hawaii, right? Because they're, if I remember correctly, they're getting kind of close to the equator. I can see why they wouldn't bother. That does make sense. Our soup I made was wedding soup. First attempt at it. What is wedding soup? What is that? Sopa de Deo? What is that? What is sopa de... What is the soup? French onion soup is an interesting first choice. Okay, it's because last time I went to France, I found somewhere that did vegan French onion soup, and I was like, but why? Why? I mean, I guess, sure, but why? If a state wants to opt out of the time change, they can, but they have to use standard time. I see. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cereal is cereal soup? No. No. I refuse. I refuse for cereal to be soup. I just realized I should set a timer. Wait. Otherwise I'm just gonna keep talking forever. How long have I been live? Okay. Let's do a nice little chatting session for 20 minutes. Let's do that. Yeah. And then we'll come back to fucking eventually. Pronounce it correctly first time. Let's go. I misspelled it and you still pronounced it correctly. That was definitely an accident. That was, yeah. A U soup I am. I'm a primordial soup. I'm gonna return to the primordial soup. I keep thinking I need to rewatch Evangelion. I love being primordial soup. Wedding soup is like chicken noodle, but with Italian meatballs. You can still have chicken in there. And dot pasta. Oh, what, like, when you say dot pasta, do you mean like, what's it called? There's like O, it begins with an O. Ozo? Is that what it's called? Like the small pasta. Is that what you mean? That's interesting. Meatballs. Not sure how I feel about that. Meatballs in a soup. That I don't know why. It's like meat dumplings, but I find that disturbing. Why? Hi Nightmind, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, thank you. Hydrate, be mindful. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do that. Let's do the be mindful. This is a good idea. But first I will hydrate. Yes. Hydrate. I've got water. I'm definitely gonna have to go get tea because I am so tired. I'm not awake. I'm not awake. Some Mexican noodle soup with vermicelli pasta in a tomato broth. That sounds pretty good. I recommended you to a friend I made on Valorant. She's from Essex. Essex. Essex is like, if you're from the Greater London area, then like Essex is the Birmingham of Southeast England. Like everybody makes fun of it. Personally, I like Essex. I think it's great. They have a really good shopping centre in Essex that I used to go to. Weirdly specific. Oh dear. Primordial soup pog, yes. Also, yes, I think that's the one that I was thinking of. Like the kind of like little, like the little, it looks like teardrops, right? Tiny little teardrops. Yes. I'm at work, so I can't follow your pomodoro. It's all work for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Enjoy the background music, maybe? I hope you have a good day at work. I hope it goes okay. And yes, it goes quickly as well. That's also nice. Ditalini works as well. What is Ditalini? I don't know what that is. Let's Google it. Oh, it's like tiny macaronis. That's cute. I like that. That's very cute. We were discussing British accents, and I said I figured you had a more middle class accent. I don't know if that's correct. I think I do. Yeah, I didn't used to. I used to sound very similar to Essex, very similar. But my accent's changed because I've been in the university ecosphere for so long that, and you know, I'm often around people. And then I moved to Ireland, and now there's like loads of stuff that I say that's kind of Irish. But it's not obvious unless you like know the accent. But I've been told by quite a few people now that like there is a little bit of a Irish undercurrent in the way that I say quite a few things now. So that's unfortunate. So I don't want people to think that I'm copying them. It's just happening naturally. I'm losing my British. Best soup I ever had was Nopla soup. Never heard of it. I ran a full marathon that was sponsored by a diner, and they had a catering truck at the finishing line. Free soup for the runners, and after running 26.2 miles, I could eat a whole pile of those dumplings. I can imagine. I bet dumplings were so good after that. I want some congee. I've never had congee. I've never actually had congee. Huh. Congee with chicken broth. Rice is overcooked in. Interesting. she's being naturalized. You will be assimilated. Do not resist. Yeah, I'm gonna become one with the Irish primordial soup. Oh, yummy soup. Okay, let's do the what we doing? Let's do the mindfulness task. It's so hard to make. I can never get congee right. Maybe just because the ratios, the rice has to be the correct one. Or yeah, I can see that. I mean, I'm just bad at getting ratios right in cooking anyway. So I feel you. Make congee with like 5 times the amount of water. Well, then it's pretty much just stir in every once in a while. Oh, okay, interesting. I've never tried making it, so yeah. Hi, Bobo! Would that be potato soup? Well, okay, so the classic Irish soup is like a vegetable soup, right? So it does have potatoes in it, because of course it does. But it also has like, I think celery, onion or spring onion. What else? Carrot, kale, and what is the last thing? Like leek. So it's like those things all together. Normally you'd also put like, you know, like meat broth in it, but obviously I don't do that. I use a fake chicken stock cube. And then yeah, you just leave it to do its thing for ages, and then it eventually becomes a very satisfying soup. Yes, it's very nice, very nice. If you can blend it up as well, because yeah, it's very good for just sitting there and having a nice meal, and then actually getting all of your vegetables by accident too. So yeah, highly recommend. Good soup. The seasoning's quite like basic. It just kind of brings out the vegetable flavour, I guess. Yes. That is the primordial Irish soup. Do the same thing with accents. I accidentally pick up colloquialisms and start pronouncing words in different accents totally by accident. It's actually quite a common thing. It's a really common thing. It's quite well studied, that this phenomenon of people's accents kind of like meeting in the middle. So if you're around somebody a lot, your accents kind of meet in the middle of the two accents, if that makes sense. So obviously I'm around a lot of Irish people, so my accent is starting to meet in the middle with theirs. Yeah. But yeah, it's a really common thing. It's kind of funny though, because when I'm actually talking to Irish people, I think I actually play up the Britishness a little bit more. By like not on purpose, like subconsciously. And then when I go away and I'm on my own, or when I'm talking to people that aren't Irish, I then go back to being a bit more natural sounding. I don't know how I compare when I'm on stream compared to in daily life. I do know that my accent changes a little bit, but I'm not sure how. I was very, like, when I first started streaming, I was very like, oh, I'm going to talk very posh so that people don't question, don't question me, but like, so they take me seriously, so they think I'm intelligent. And then like, I got more comfy streaming, and I think now it's a bit closer to how I actually talk, but yeah. I hear myself saying things occasionally in a bit of an Irish way, and then I'm like, ah! I do the same thing with accent. Oh wait, no, I read that already, but baking is all about ratios, cooking not so much. Yeah, cooking is more like, you can just yeet stuff in sometimes and hope for the best. It's the cooking times that are more finicky often, I think. Hi Guns, how you doing? How you doing? Leek, is that a Hatsune Miku reference? Yes. It is indeed a Hatsune Miku reference. My girlfriend does random accents all the time. I think it's a neurodivergent thing. Yeah, I don't know if this is a neurodivergent thing, but I kind of do it too. Sometimes it helps me to read something out like in a different accent that isn't mine. I don't know why. Or like if I've heard something, like if it's like a reference, I have to reference it in the same accent a lot of the time. So yeah. Most soups are super simple, but concept of being hearty are important, such as having nice bite-sized chunks of carrots versus tiny shavings. Yes, absolutely. Although I'm more... Okay, actually, I think this is a good question. This is a good question for the soup debate, right? Soup debate. Do you prefer chunky soup with a thin broth, or do you prefer, like, thick blended up soup? Personally, I'm a blended soup. Sorry for the background noise. Personally, I'm a blended soup person. Husbando's appeared in the stream and he's already causing problems. Hello, Husbando. Door creak. Yeah, I wish it was a door, but it was actually the fridge. Our fridge is very loud. Yeah. Oh dear. I like it when the liquid of the soup is liquidy and the solids of the soup are solid. That is valid. I like it all being one homogeneous mess. Thick soup all the way, blended soup for the win. Yeah, you know what's up. You know what's up. You know what's up. Blended soup, yeah. It's a good thing that me and Husbando share soup preferences, because otherwise that could have been quite a serious relationship argument. My grandma used to make a mashed potato soup that was so thick you could just about eat it in a pile. Okay, serious question, right? If the mashed potato soup is so thick that it just piles up, is that not just mashed potato? Like, at what point does it stop being mashed potato and start being mashed potato soup? Because it sounds to me like that's still just mashed potato. That tracks, those veg were easy to get, cheap and readily available for the type of agriculture they had, and stretch dried meat with it. Exactly, exactly. Hi Mute, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're good. I'm really behind on chat again, please bear with me. We need to gather every accent in a community and then form the ultimate neutral accent. That's kind of what Antarctica does. Actually, that's kind of what Antarctica does. Everybody kind of just merges into the middle. Imagine not continuing your academic posh language on stream. I know, isn't it terrible? How dare I go from putting on a character of being a posh scientist to just being, unfortunately, myself. With the soup, it depends on the soup. That's valid. That is valid. That is very true. I like full body on the soup, but I will call you out if you used flour to thicken it. I hate tasting flour in soup. Why would you do that? Ew. No, ew. If you need to thicken soup, literally just put potatoes in it. They're neutral and they thicken everything. That's my opinion. I could put potatoes in everything, so. Love me some borscht? Yes. Yes. That is one of the few thin soups that I like. A blended beef stew would be weird, but a chunky egg drop would be terrifying. Ooh, yeah, no. Ooh. Not sure how I feel about that. There's this chicken, not. Oh, how do you say that word? Notchi? Is that how you say it? Gnocchi? Not she? I don't know. From Olive Garden, that's pretty homogenous, and I enjoyed that. That sounds homogenous. Yes, homogenous food. I don't know. I feel variable about homogenous food. When I think I like homogenous soup because I want to sit there and just eat the soup and like feel comfy. But like most meals, I do want a bit of variety in the texture. And I think if I just had a homogenous pasta dish, for example, that would really bother me. You say it like New Yorkers say New York? What? 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 I don't know how New Yorkers say New York. A thickened clam chowder with potatoes that become mashed. Yeah, exactly. You can just put potatoes in everything and thicken all of the soups. Chip of thesis puts for soup. Blended soup, but still kind of watery. Oh, interesting. Okay, so not super thick blended soup. You prefer thinner blended soup. I can accept this. Keep the meats as thin slices rather than blended, though. Yeah, if the meat is blended, it gets a bit weird. That does get a bit weird. Thank you for the follow, but what is this? Welcome in, welcome in. What you don't know is that you've just consented to be a participant. Welcome in. I hope you're good. How you doing? We need to develop a soup phase diagram. Oh my gosh. We need to develop an entire theory of soup. At what point does it stop being soup? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is ice a mineral? Philosophical. Maybe I should actually okay. I keep seeing Pirate Software shorts being like, cereal is a soup, and oh, what else? Whiskey is ketchup and whatever. Like, I want to work this out. I want to actually look at the definitions, right, and work out philosophically where is the distinction. How do people think about them? Okay, like what is the cognitive process between categorizing cereal as cereal versus a soup, right? This is the question. These are the questions that I want answered. If I ever get unlimited funding, I'm gonna do this. Humans are burritos, exactly. Like, I need to know. I need to know. This is the psychology I want to do. There's a soup in China that predates my country's founding. Probably most soup predates the country's founding. So true. So true. How's the R code going? I haven't touched it since the stream, so not very well. Maybe I'll do some of that today. I'm not sure. You probably put potatoes in everything. We get it, you're an island. I know, I'm picking up the culture too bad. So bad. So bad. Always found soup to stop being soup and more of a mash potato, sweet potato pilau when there is no liquid to drink. Or very little liquid to drink. Yeah. If it's like congealing and it becomes more solid, it doesn't feel like soup anymore, right? Huh. It's like soup is better than stew, is better than mash. I mean, it depends on the stew, right? At what point does something stop being a soup and become a stew? That's another question. Huh. Washed a thin soup. I'm sorry, what? If it's not thickened, but the sheer amount of stuff in it should mean the soup, the spoon should stand up. To be fair, I've only ever had the instant ones, so they're super thin. You got gnocchi an hour ago? Very nice, very nice. I've not had it in years. I don't even know where I can buy it. I don't know where I can even buy it. I wonder if the forever soups would ever be colonized by some organism that can withstand the process if they haven't already. I wonder that too, because there are extremophiles that can survive in literal volcanoes. So there must be extremophiles that can survive in soup. Surely. If you put soup in a bread bowl, is that a soup sandwich? Oh, don't. You're upsetting me. Stop this. No, but seriously, I'm interested. I want to do like actual research into this. Like, where are the classifications? This is really interesting. I need to see if this has been done yet, and if not, I'm going to try and get funding to do it. Uninformed consent. It's informed. I just tell them afterwards. Pirate Software's food takes could be weaponized to scramble aliens' brains, which makes them entertaining. They scramble my brain. Like, like this is like the peak example of like straying between misinformation and a joke. Like, it's very funny. It's very funny. There's something specific about ketchup that I'm trying to find. If you find it, please tell us, because I would like to know what about ketchup you're after. Oh, she's really far behind. I know I'm really far behind. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up. A soup's just a condiment, and we fail to eat the bowls. That's a take. I mean, in the case of bread soup, absolutely. Bread bowl soup, even. Not sure what tamago kake gohan would be soup, but basically raw egg mixed with hot rice and Pa cooks it with soy sauce so it becomes a bit soupy. Yeah, but I think it's just watery, not watery, but it's like kind of liquidy rice, right? Like that. I don't think that would count. Because if the egg part cooks, then that means that it's not primarily liquidy, you know? Also, hi Cleonium, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. Allow me to hydrate. Definitely gonna need to get some tea. The timer's gonna go off and I'm just gonna ignore it until I catch up. Soup is primarily liquid based, often with clear broths or creamy textures, and ingredients like vegetables, meat, or fish simmered in the liquid. Stew, on the other hand, contains larger cut ingredients like meat, vegetables, or fish simmered in a thickened liquid until it reduces to a thick consistency. Key differences lie in the amount of liquid used in the cooking method. I feel like the cooking method is not that different though. Like, my cooking method for both soup and stew is cut the things up and put them in the pressure cooker. Like, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Biology is a spectrum and so is soup. So true. So true. Can cereal be considered breakfast soup? But it's not cooked. Soup has to be cooked, right? So I guess the cereal is technically already cooked. And the milk has also been pasteurized, so that's kind of cooked too. So yes? Question mark? I don't like this. I don't like this. I recently tried to classify roasting versus a bake. Oh no. I think, okay, I can see the difference there. Apparently baking requires a batter or covered in a sauce. Okay, that makes sense. But also, like, the thing that you roast versus the thing that you bake, they're kind of like qualitatively different, right? Like, when you roast something, it's like meat or vegetables, versus when you bake something, it's like, yeah, it's like in a sauce. So like, it's like one giant unit of thing, if that makes sense. Like, roasting is individual things, and baking is a unit of thing. I don't know if that makes any sense. But you could turn subjective categorization into a study, how people categorize the same thing as different things, which leads to miscommunication, which leads to divisions in outgroups, which leads to echo chambers and misinformation. Honestly, like, I'm so interested in, like, how do people respond when you tell them, according to this definition, technically cereal is a soup? Like, how do they respond to that? I want to know, like, the visceral emotions that they get, you know? Because Pacho isn't cooked? Oh, don't do this to me! No! Oh. Okay. So under that definition, cereal, if we're talking about cooking method, then cereal is a soup, but gazpacho isn't. Okay. Pain. On top of the languages also play a role on how you classify food items. In English, a sandwich is something between other thing. But here sandwich doesn't mean that, so the open-faced sandwich is the default sandwich. That's interesting, because for me the sandwich, the defining feature is the bread. Huh. But yeah, open-faced sandwiches, I've had them before. I went to Denmark once and I had an open sandwich and I was like, this is kind of good. Because an open sandwich is like just basically beans on toast for me, but with things other than beans. So yeah. There are specific laws on what can be advertised as ketchup. That's wild. That's wild. So there's a legal answer to whatever that person considered to be a type of ketchup. That's so interesting. The science communication in question is the contents of my stomach a type of soup. Oh, I mean, to be fair, that's the kind of thing that like a forensic scientist would actually be able to answer. So I think that's still science communication. Defining things is where science gets fun. I think it was Scotland that declared Subway bread isn't bread because it had too much sugar in it. So what is it? Cake. It was Ireland. It was Ireland that defined Subway bread as cake. Yeah, that was us. Yes. I think they might have changed the recipes now. Favorite cold soups? I don't like cold soup. Oh no, I'm not a fan of cold soup. For me, it has to be warm. Like that. For me, there's like an intrinsic association with soup and like autumn and winter. So I want it to be warm. Consider baking bread versus roasting bread. One is a loaf, the other is croutons. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe baking is more about like the transformative state of going from liquidy to solidy versus roasting, which is more about solid to more solid. Maybe that's the definition. Is lasagna really thick soup? This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Hi Towerz, welcome in, how you doing? Hello PhD VTuber, hello! That's me. I'm one day gonna be Dr. Psydere. Not yet, but soon. Soon! Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Open face with pesto and ham and cheese is great. We also do open face tuna melts and often on English muffins. I've heard rumours that English muffins are not the same thing in other countries as they are in England. Yeah, I've heard that. And I don't know how to feel about it. People have responded violently when I told them tomato is a fruit? Who's responding violently to being told tomato is a fruit? See, the fruit thing is actually easier because there's quite a clear definition. So roasted versus baked meat. One probably has a nice crispy skin. The other, I don't know, beef Wellington vibes. Yeah. Or improperly cooked, dry and stiff slab. Ooh. Beef Wellington. That's a very Christmassy food. I don't think I've ever had beef Wellington apart from for Christmas, ever. I've only had it like 3 times. And it also wasn't actual beef. Borscht can be cold and it's still yum. I don't like cold soup. I really don't. It's just something. No. It just feels wrong. I think it might be like one of my sensory things, to be honest, is cold soup. Like, it really actually gives me like goosebumps. I hate it so much. Ugh. Roasting is just a type of dehumidifying. Yes. Holds up a furrowless chicken. Is this soup? We're all soup. I'm telling you, we should all just return to primordial soup, including the chicken. If there's a primordial soup and all of the living things enter it, does that mean it is technically chicken soup? There's chickens in it. PhD VTuber, yeah. They are not. That's the quotes. Fun. This is what I get. This is what I get for with the furrowless chicken. Okay, yep. I need more caffeine. I might actually just spend the first work session just going and making caffeine. Oh my gosh. Behold, IKEA soup. Yes. You can actually get soup at IKEA though, so. I'll be in master's course from next April. Ooh, nice, nice. Good luck. Good luck. You'll do great. You'll do great. What kind of master's course? If you want to share, please do. Please do. The P in Psydere stands for pretty soon to be a PhD. The P actually stands for PhDing for a disturbingly long amount of time. A galaxy's soups, where the vacuum is the main medium and the solids and the stars are the meat and veg. Yes. That's what do you think I meant when I said primordial soup? And the S stands for soup. So true. It's very true. I am probably like 2% soup at any given point. Doesn't everything bagel contain chickens? Doesn't everything bagel contain itself? Well, it does contain everything, so. The true everything bagel? What would a true everything bagel look like? I don't know. Don't know. Kind of protein engineering. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. That sounds very funky. I know nothing about proteins. I like my knowledge of proteins like stopped at undergraduate level neuroscience. I couldn't. It did. Well, I could do it. I was fine, but I just didn't enjoy it that much. It just wasn't for me. And then also like anything wet lab related, we don't talk about wet labs in this chat. I'm not suited for them. Let's put it that way. I break things. I switched to water enhancers with caffeine and B vitamins. Quicker and no real prep, just mix water. They're kind of like a soup. Is tea a soup? If I make, yeah, exactly. Is tea a soup? Yes. Is tea a soup? This is the real question. This is the real question. Human body is on average something like 75% water on average, so really we're just soup. A soup sausage, if you will. Oh my god. Like color philosophy dudes would like a true everything bagel and make an ontological argument out of it. It's so true. Okay, I've been yapping for like a solid almost like half an hour now, so I think right. We need to do the mindfulness task and then we need to work. Okay, imagine being a wet lab scientist. I'm sorry. How's the plumbing? We don't talk about this. Is a wet lab a soup? I mean, it becomes a soup after what I do to it, so to be fair. So actual working, I know. Right, but first, let's do the mindfulness task. So today, the mindfulness task is a journaling task. So thank you so much for the sub, Kleeper. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Welcome, you're a lab assistant now. You got to help me with my research. Thank you so much. Welcome to the lab. Okay, so journal mindfulness task. That's what we're doing. Okay. Right. Also, enjoy your 3 months of Discord Nitro, because I believe that's the thing at the minute. If you subscribe, you get 3 months of Discord Nitro. Very cool. Very cool. I need to do it myself. Okay. Right. So it says, take 10 undistracted minutes to answer the following question in your journal. We don't have a journal. Feel free to do it in chat or to go away and write it down somewhere yourself. With regard to your life in the present moment. Okay. With regard to your daily actions, what one thing, if you did it, would make you feel more proud of yourself? Ooh. Right in the imposter syndrome. Goodness gracious. The question is, with regard to your daily actions, what one thing, if you did it, would make you feel more proud of yourself? Apparently today's mindfulness task is a self-improvement one. What's a mindfulness task? It's meant to be a task that just kind of helps you be a bit more present in the moment and pay attention to where you're at and where you want to be going and how to do the things that you want to get done. Paying to be a lab assistant is too real. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? Shower. Understandable, I am British. I can relate. Actually working when I need to. Oh no, I don't feel proud of myself ever. No, you should do. You should do. You should feel proud of yourself when you achieve things. I'm thinking, what would make me feel more proud of myself? I think, I think probably actually for me, it would be having like a daily habit of like reading papers. Because I do a lot of writing and I do a lot of like behind the scenes busy work, and I do like everything in the research pipeline except reading, and I feel behind in a weird way. I feel like I'm at a good place with my ability to do research. I feel like I'm in a good place in my ability to like do other bits of my job, but I feel like I'm behind in terms of my like base level knowledge. Like I hear people talking about stuff linked to my research field and they're like, oh yeah, obviously in this classic paper, and I'm like so I think if I read like part or all of a paper every day, or also books, then I'd be like a bit more happy with where I am in terms of my knowledge. Don't know. Follow up on people who's clearly being vague because they're self-conscious. That's a pretty interesting one. That's an interesting one. So people who have an opinion but don't share it because they're self-conscious of it. I think there's a critical period where people learn how to feel proud that I missed out on. I just mostly like the pride response. I kind of feel you, I do too. Like I didn't really, when I finished my bachelor's degree, when I finished my master's degree, I didn't really feel anything. Didn't feel anything when I submitted my master's thesis. Even though I thought it was good, like it was all right work, I thought like, yeah, this is decent, and I got a good grade for it. I was like, I just didn't really feel it. But I think it's, for me, it's like pride is less of a visceral emotional response like other people get, and it's more like contentment, I guess. I think it's more being content. Like, have I done something that I'm content with? If yes, then cool. I vibe. I don't know. I've seen your to-do list and what you get done. You exceed several very rich funding people that are supposedly smart and successful. This is very true. I can second what Bobo said there. I can second that. Isn't a side effect of ADHD not to be proud of completing tasks? I actually don't know. I've never heard of that, but it may well be. I need to stick to journaling as requested by therapists and set up several medical appointments. You can do it. You can do it. Journaling's not easy to start doing, to be fair. Like I've tried to do it and then fallen off quite a few times. Because it's like, if you don't have the mental space or the physical time to do it, like to set up the habit, then you just never end up doing it. I only have 2 papers related to each other opened up unfinished right now. I have a disturbing number of papers, both that I am writing and that I am reading, which I haven't finished. I kind of just like get halfway through and then I wander off and do something else and then I never come back. So yeah, including a few that I was meant to read like right at the beginning of my PhD program, so that's not ideal. Oopsie. I'm also mostly not proud of myself because I feel like I have to do the things I do rather than it being my choice. That's also kind of a mood. I think, yeah, I kind of get that. I kind of get that. But then for me personally, I don't even have the pride response even when it's things that I want to do. So yeah. It's very interesting. I wonder if this is a neurodivergent thing. I don't know. More like a couple of friends that are ghosting me because they feel bad that they aren't getting as much work as they want done because they're slacking off. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So like checking in with them and being like, are you okay? That would be good. I need to do that more too, but I'm not gonna lie, I've been a really bad friend since I've been doing the PhD because I'm just like, I barely have the mental space to check in with myself, let alone other people. It's quite bad. It's one of my things. My goal for 2025 is to have a better work-life balance, and one of them is like actually regularly, you know, check in with people that I care about. I journal near every day digitally, but it's more of actions and only marginally internal thoughts. It started maybe 4 years ago. My log's a simple text file for the entire year. See, that's what, even that I struggle with. So I don't know. I just can't get into the swing of it. Didn't you make the coat model for your avatar? Does that make you proud? I did make the outfit. Well, I guess I technically made all of it in VRoid, like with a VRoid template. I don't know, it's kind of the same thing. I was just like, yeah, I just did it. Like, it's just a thing I did. I don't know. I don't want to work. I just want to lay around all day. That's a mood. That's a mood. Starting co-working streams with my friends would be nice. Yeah, you should do it. I think some of them are on NDA thingies, so they can't really live stream, but just being on call would motivate them. Absolutely. Speaking of motivating people with co-working, maybe we should actually crack on with the co-working now. You didn't create your model in pure assembly, how dare you? Oh my gosh, yes, I'm coding my model into the actual hardware. No, okay, so speaking of co-working, let's actually do some co-working now because we've been yapping for an hour and it's getting a bit silly now. So, I don't know what I'm doing today. Sorry, there's a noise. Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing today. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I'm just gonna genuinely spend the first... Husmod is judging. Yeah, Husmod was pulling a funny face at me across the room and I was like, oh no, I need to actually start working, don't I? So I've got like 2 main things that I need to get done. I've got my coding that I started the other day. I need to finish that. And my R code. And I've also got a literature review that I'm working on still. I'm leaning more towards the literature review. I think I'll probably do that. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna spend a bit of the first work session just like making a cup of tea because I need it, and then also potentially I thought of something and then I forgot what. Oh yeah, I need to catch up on some streaming stuff, to be honest. I'm like really far behind with some stuff, so I might spend the first work session like just, you know, easing into it with a bit of social media management and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe there's a new update for Factorio. Maybe you can do that instead of working. That's so tempting, such a mood. Thank you for the follow, Cleaver. Thank you. Okay, yeah, no, we should do that. What of the cube's opinion? I should ask the cube. No, one of them got a motivation coach thingy. They abandoned it after a week because of friction trying to prove them that they did stuff. Oh, my personal opinion for me, the best thing that gets me going is like reducing the friction to do it, like as in just have the stuff that you need to work on right there, easily accessible as soon as you turn on your stuff. And then the second one is like accountability, like set deadlines and then tell other people about them. Those are the 2 things that like get me working on stuff. So easy, the distractible chat she's cooked. I know, it's terrible. But yeah, no, we're gonna work now. So I'm gonna start the timer for 45 minutes. We're gonna get some work done. We will do it. I'm also gonna grab some. So we're gonna do 45 minutes of work. Then I'll come back and we're gonna talk for 15 minutes, and it will actually be 15 minutes. You can't do anything about that. Okay, it will be 15 minutes. Like soup, exactly. I'm so distractible like soup. Now, someone put some kind of soup related emoji in the emoji suggestions channel on Discord. Please, this needs to be done. 100 bits when you're done with the work so you feel more proud. No, don't bribe me. No bribing. 60 minutes of chatting, 50 minutes of working. The co-working streams do often go like that, don't I? What? I mean, to be fair, do I or do I not have chatty in my tags? To be fair, I should put soup in my tags. I need to work out which one to remove, so I'll put soup in there. Okay, we're doing the work. 45 minutes. Let's go. We are working. No, not bribe, Derry. We're working. Let's go. I'm going away now. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh gosh, noises. Sorry. Hello. Ah. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Ah, that. Yes. Wait. No. Yes. Okay. I'm good. Yes, we got this. Oh, I'm so out of it. I made more tea because I'm so under caffeinated and non-functional. Right, where are we at? We're doing a 15-minute break. Yes. Hello. I'm so confused. I'm so tired. I'm like trying to write and trying to read and it's not working. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello, Van Shizzle. How you doing? How you doing? I saw you appearing while I was working. Welcome in. How you doing? And also, hello, Taco. Welcome in. How are you? How are you doing? I hope you're good. And also, Zakia, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, hello also to you. Welcome in. I'd also like to know how you're doing. What was up with the Riz that was going on? I was like watching it. I was like, what is this? What is happening? I'm so confused. Iconic, wonderful, beautiful. Oh yeah, I got myself a cup of tea because I was so tired. I don't know what it is. I'm just not functioning very well today. Probably because I slept weirdly. I think that might be it. I think that's probably it, to be fair. Yeah, there's the weird sleep. Also, I realised that the on-screen celebrations, thank you, Kalipa, so much for those. I realised, I said I don't think it was working, but I think it might just be, it works like in Twitch, right? And I don't have Twitch open, so I can't see it. I think it was that. But if it worked for everybody else, I hope it did. If not, I am peak scamdery. But thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Yes, everybody deserves to be appreciated once in a while. I agree. I agree. I agree. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh gosh, wait, hang on, wait, I need to process this. Ellie Lara Cruz? Is that right? Ellie Lara Cruz? I hope I've said that right. Or Ely Lara Cruz? I don't know. Ouch, I meant to do that. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. You're a participant now, you've just consented to take part in my research. It's all going according to plan. Yeah, no, I'm a bit out of it. I apologize. What I managed to do was I had like 17 notifications I had to deal with, maybe more actually. I think it was probably 20. I'm like really far behind on my social media stuff. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I'm really far behind on my social media stuff and like Discord messages and stuff like that. I'm just, I don't know what it is. It's like the first thing that falls down the back of the sofa. That's not the right phrasing. It's the first thing that I drop basically is like social media management because I have other things to do. Yeah. It's the PhD. It is the PhD. Yeah. I was cleaning and would look up and go, what is going on in this chat? I was thinking the same. I was like keeping an eye on it. But it was funny. It was making me laugh. Perfect. Good. So Ellie Lara Cruz or Ellie, I don't know actually. You didn't tell me which one. That's fine. That's fine. I'll call you Ellie Lara, and then if that's wrong, correct me. But welcome in. I hope you're good. Fine. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. I'm like, it's not dropping things. It's prioritizing. I swear. I know what I'm doing. I swear. Yeah, I'm like writing a section of my literature review at the minute, which is it's about political ideology, which I did a whole master's in this, but it was a long time ago. It was like 4 years ago now, maybe more, 5 years ago, possibly even, that I did this class about political ideology. And I'm like trying to draw on it. I remember the key readings, but I've forgotten. So I think I'm gonna have to spend the next work session like speed reading a bunch of core texts about ideology. So that's cool, fun, funky. But yeah, I've managed to write a whole. What have I written? I've managed to write a whole 200 words about political ideology and what it is. Like I defined it, and then I was like, there are issues with it as a concept, and that's basically all I've managed to say. That's basically it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm very confused. So I need to read. I need to read the papers. Yeah. Yeah, get some stretches in. That's a good idea. I should stretch. I will stretch. I'm stretching now. I wonder if it makes my voice sound funny. My nose is really blocked up, so if I sound funny, that's probably why, actually, to be honest. What it takes to finish this gen is so much, and more than what I did, which is what I had to do was more than my mentors and so on. Honestly, yeah, every generation of PhD, I swear it just gets worse and worse. Because, like, I'm coming out of my PhD. I don't actually, because I didn't want to stay in academia anyway. Like, my plan was never to stay in academia. I wanted to get the PhD so that I could start doing other stuff, kind of academic adjacent. That was always my plan. But I needed to have the PhD for, like, a level of being taken seriously, basically. I still want to do research, but just, like, not in a university. Yeah. But yeah, but I'm not coming out with any first author papers because I'm not really that fussed about it. It doesn't really change much for me. I'm gonna try and get stuff published after I finish the PhD when I've got a bit more breathing room, because I'll be able to do that as part of my spare time, and I'll actually have the mental space to do it. So that's really good. But yeah, I like all of my friends that are finishing that do want to go into academia, or like they've managed to get postdocs. They are like, they've got like 6 or 7 like publications already, and I'm like, oh my gosh, how? I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a few, but like they're not first author ones, and they're more like policy orientated, I think is a better way to describe it. Like, and they're not necessarily all in traditional journals as well. Some of them are just like, I personally, for what I'm going to be doing, preprints are fine, basically. So some stuff I've got is pre-printed, and some stuff I've got is like actual journal, but not necessarily a traditional research article, if that makes sense. So yeah, but even then, like, if I feel like even then I've had to do so much in addition to just the research. If I was just doing the research for my PhD, I probably could have been done in 2.5 years, but I had so much other stuff that I needed to do to get a job afterwards, and then also kind of wanted to do too, that it just, yeah, took a lot more. All the students are frazzled. Yeah, that really is it. Hi, Gilly Cat, welcome in. What are you hoping to communicate with your dissertation? I don't even know anymore, to be honest. I've been doing it for so long that I've lost the plot a bit. Broadly, overall, my PhD is about why people believe conspiracy theories and misinformation. So it's kind of, at the minute I'm doing the literature review, which is kind of just looking at all of the things that might contribute from a social psychological perspective. But in general, I think it would be like this one specific type of conspiracy theory that I have been researching. It's not really very well represented in the literature at the minute, because understandably a lot of the literature is focused on like kind of what I would describe as like conspiracy theories that can affect people's life. like if they ignored it, it could end up making them no longer be alive, if that makes sense. So like a lot of them are pandemic related, and a lot of them are climate change related, because yeah, obviously, like, you know, pandemic, you don't believe that there's a virus or a bacteria or something spreading around, then that's actually quite dangerous, as we've seen in the past. And then with climate change, there's a lot of people that, if they get really deep into the conspiracy theories rabbit hole with climate change, they'll just like basically pretend that, like, you know, like serious weather events aren't happening, or they'll just refuse to prepare for certain things. And obviously they'll also refuse to do anything to prevent it in the first place. So a lot of the literature focuses on those. I'm focusing on something different. I'm focusing on a type of conspiracy theory that I would describe as being like attached to political ideology. I think it's a kind of aspect of that, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to basically say, like, in this part, I'm saying, like, this is what ideology is, and this is why this type of conspiracy theory is linked to ideology. It's just basically an extreme belief linked to an ideology, if that makes sense. But yeah, overall, I think the overall communication of the overall argument I'm making is that, like, ideologically based conspiracy theories, like, I think that they're a type of like kind of extreme political belief, if that makes sense. And the specific type that I am focusing on is an example, but there are more, and we need to kind of broaden the scope of what we're researching. I was trying to look at like these like political conspiracy theory beliefs from a kind of intergroup perspective. So like looking at how different social groups conflict and how that links in to how people feel about certain policies and stuff. But pretty much all of my experiments had a null effect. Like I found a really strong correlation between certain variables, and then when I started experimentally manipulating them, it just wasn't doing anything. So I think the end part of my thesis is going to be more like it's going to be more of a kind of science reformy call to action. Like we need to sort out our experimental methods. But yeah, it's kind of like turning into a big mess, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Pulsi hype? Yeah. Just a little bit. Because obviously you can't have the social psychology of political beliefs without having a little bit of political science. But I haven't read nearly as much political science as I should have. Wait, hang on. I'm going to look up this book quickly. I don't know if this counts as political science. So I think the only political science book that I've properly read was this political science. I think it counts. Yeah, no, it is. Okay, so the only political science proper book that I've ever read was The Nature and Origins of Mass Opinion by John Zahler. That's the only one I've ever read for a public opinion module that I had to do. Oh, actually, no, I read one about populism as well. Sorry, I read one about populism as well. But I need to do more. I need to do more reading into like other fields, because I've been kind of locked in like, okay, conspiracy theories and misinformation are cool because I can read a little bit of like, you know, computer science and a little bit of sociology and a little bit of political science, but I want to do a bit more fun that way. What policy papers? Fun. There's a whole subset of AI dealing with policy papers. Oh gosh, that sounds interesting actually, but also scary. Really, being an anime girl online is a full-time job. I wish. I wish. I know it's for some people, not for me. How'd you find my climate change based riz? It was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I was quite impressed with that. It was pretty good. Yeah, those that don't exactly directly impact me each week. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Pain. Ireland's weird because, like, so far the only impact of climate change here has been that it's, like, stopped snowing. It used to snow here quite a lot, apparently, and now it just never does. All experiments have null effects. Yeah. All of my hypotheses were null, that's what I should say. They all were just like, bleh. Blame the method. Yeah, I am actually blaming the method because I think it was terrible. I've seen some very sad interviews from internet cult people and how it affected their lives and their kids, and I can't imagine how people get so extremely detached from reality. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I think that there's kind of a difference between the types of the one that I'm researching, I think, is a kind of like broad-based conspiracy theory. Like a lot of people who hold a certain ideological orientation would probably buy into it, if that makes sense. But the ones where people go like really down the rabbit hole, I think that's something different. I think they're kind of conceptually different. I can't really put into words what that difference is. But I think with those kinds of people, like their whole social network becomes people that also believe the conspiracy theory, and it becomes a really integral part to how they live their life, versus like one that's more general. You know, they might kind of avoid or not avoid certain things because of the belief, but it wouldn't really impact their day-to-day behavior that much. Yeah, it is quite sad, but I also found it really interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I also find it really interesting. which is probably kind of bad, but oh well, it's fine. Would your own opinions on and views affect the study or result? It could well do. I do actually have an entire section where I've written like a positionality statement saying like these are my beliefs about this thing, and it probably has influenced first of all the research question, and also possibly the way that I'm researching it. I thought recently actually I need to update it a little bit because I've had some feedback from. Yes. Thank you for the follow, Gilly Cat. Welcome in. Welcome in. You've actually just consented to take part in the research. Sorry. Don't make the rules. But yeah, no, I always have a feedback box at the end of my studies. So like saying, what is your opinion on this? Like, what about the study could have been better? What did you like? What did you not like? And normally it's just like, yeah, it was a good study, thanks. But every now and then I do get some quite helpful feedback. And one of the feedback pieces that I've had recently was from an older participant. And they were like, I spend a lot of time online, so I can understand the kind of things that you're asking, but I feel like the way that you've conceptualized some of the stimuli that you used in your experiment was possibly influenced by the fact that you are online a lot. And I was like, great, thanks for calling me terminally online, that's cool. But yeah, I think that probably in itself was influenced. Like I've seen, like obviously for my research, I had to spend a lot of time trawling through online conspiracy theory and misinformation centered online spaces. So I've seen a lot of weird stuff. And I don't think that I necessarily made the connect of like most people haven't seen this stuff when I was creating the stimuli. So yeah, I wonder if there would be a bit of a difference between people that are online in certain spaces versus those that aren't in how they responded to my experimental materials. Yeah. I don't know. I read a ton of political science for my degree. I'm so jealous. I didn't get to read that much. Because like my degrees have always been psychology, but they've been like, you may supplement it with non-psychology, if that makes sense. And like degrees in the UK are very much like you can't really do much general stuff. So in my undergrad, for example, I was allowed to do 2 modules outside of the School of Psychology in my whole degree, and I think I had like 8 modules a year. So yeah, it was like nothing, and I did a 4-year degree. So that was a thing. I didn't really get much broad-based reading, which I think would have been quite nice, especially in the first year, to like kind of have a bit more of a base level of understanding of stuff. I did a module in theology, like in Buddhist and Hindu theology, and then I did a module on the sociology of like disability. And those are like the only 2 non-psychology modules I've ever done. So that's not great. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to next year is being able to just read more stuff that isn't psychology. But also to read more psychology, I'm not gonna lie, that too. Hi UFCO, welcome in, how you doing? I dislike politics, that's a mood. I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of those people that like mutes every political word when I'm on social media because it's literally like part of my job. And I don't want to see it. Like, if I'm not working, I don't want to see it. It just puts me in work mode all the time. Yeah, they were nice modules. They were both very nice modules. I really enjoyed them. They were very, very cool. And I learned a lot. Like, I learned a lot of stuff that, like, I probably would have come across eventually, but I think it helped to frame a lot of stuff in psychology too. So, like, for example, we talk about mindfulness a lot in psychology, and having that understanding of like the Buddhist theology behind mindfulness made it a lot easier to then like process. Oh, like, okay, this is how this translates. Yeah, it was very cool. That being said, the timer has gone off. We're in goof off time. We're literally at the end of goof off time. The timer went off like 2 minutes ago and I've just been talking over it. Yeah, back to work now, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to spend the next work session just reading a lot about political ideology to refresh myself because I don't remember. I don't remember what I'm doing. So yeah, that's the thing. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, 45 minutes of reading for me, so that's cool. Maybe you should adjust the timer to 40/20. I probably should, but I don't want to. Also, hi Dark Magrade. I don't think I've said hi to you yet. Hello, how you doing? But yeah, no, it's 45:15, I swear. It's just I get distracted. I want to finish what I'm saying. Like, consider it like 45 and 15 plus or minus 10. So, yeah. I was forced into Buddhist theology studies / propaganda during my national service. Would love to get more in depth to understand the ideas and concepts. Whoa, that sounds intense. That sounds intense. Yeah, this was very much optional. I chose to do it because I just thought like I want to have something that's not psychology on my transcript, because otherwise it's like we have quite standardized programs in the UK, so you just kind of know the same things as everyone else, which obviously has its pros and cons, but I wanted something that made me stand out a little bit. But yeah, I think it's time to start working. So reminds me of Kane B. Oh yeah, I remember you said about Kane B on the Discord server. But most often he just forgets everything he had to learn for the video, and his videos are well researched. That's kind of relatable. I think I store stuff, but like in a vague way, if that makes sense. Like, I kind of vaguely remember it, but I have to go back over it again to remind me properly. But then it will come back. I will spend these 45 minutes reading like 2 papers, and then, yeah, and then I'll know what I'm talking about. So, with that being said, let's do 45 minutes of work. There's also an ad starting soon. Sorry. So let's do 45 minutes of work, and yeah, let me know what you're up to in the chat. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves again as well. And yeah, I'll see you in 45. Bye. See you in a bit. Hello. I am back. Hello. Yeah, let me put that away. There we go. Okay. And then let me do the timer. There we go. 15 minutes of chatting. Hello. I'm back. How you doing? Hello, hello. Hi, Professor Dutchy. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Governor. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, how are you doing? How are you doing? I wish I was reading faster, but like I have to actually I can't skim read these articles, which is a bit annoying. So I've not finished the first one yet, but I am a fair way through it. So yeah. That's where I'm at. I'm still reading. I've still got a lot to read, but that's fine. I will keep reading. This article that I'm reading is basically like a history of the study of political ideology in psychology. So basically, I can read this and then it's like a reminder of all of the things that I have suppressed from my masters. So that's good. Are you treating the literature as mostly truth, or are you looking at the possible flaws/biases in the literature itself, i.e., stuff that should have been done in peer review? At the minute, because this is a broad literature review, I'm just kind of summarizing things and fitting them together, if that makes sense. I'm not necessarily digging into the specifics of every paper. Also, like, I'm not gonna lie, this is a review paper, so I'm letting them do it for me, basically. Yeah. I prefer to actually dig into it and look at the possible biases and flaws. I think that's much more fun. But I don't really have the mental space or time to do it right now, which is kind of sad. Kind of sad. Not being able to skim read articles is what makes me dislike scientific writing. The pieces drone on for too long. This is so true. This is so true. They do go on a fair bit. Thankfully, this one is very readable. Like, this is from one of the social psychologists that I think does very, very good, like, you know, concise writing and is actually pleasant to read. And there's a nice story going through it. So these are always very nice review articles from this person. Yeah. Hi Thistle, how you doing? How you doing? You also be reading. Amazing. How are you doing? It's been a little while. Wait. I'm struggling. Wait. I need to do some shout outs to people that are coming in. I've been forgetting to do that. Here you go. Shout out for Thistle. Thistle does science content too. Very nice. Thistle, I think Thistle, you do biology, right? You're some kind of biologist. Am I correct with that? But like also a grad student. So yay, we suffer together. Good, just so busy. Hope you've been doing well too. Honestly, same. I feel that. I've also been yeah, busy. Which is it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, hi, IDV Bushy. Is that how you say it? Or Idv Bushy? I don't know. Can I just call you Bushy? Is that okay? First time here. Welcome in. How you doing? Just happened upon this while taking a break from writing mock legal documents. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Is that like for studies or for a job? This is very interesting. What even are mock legal documents? Like writing up a fake court case or something? That sounds very interesting. Stinky biologists. Yeah, we love stinky biologists. Yay! Why are there so many of you? Why is like it feels like a significant percentage of people that drop by the streams are like either developers or biologists. Why? Why are there so many of you? Also, thank you for the hydrate guns. Thank you. I would do that now. Now. Water, yes, yummy. I made a cup of tea and then downed it. Like, it really just went, like, I literally just downed it. I drank it so quickly. I feel a bit more, like, awake now, though, so that's good, Biology is the hot new science. Psychology will never be. People spend a significant amount of time telling us that we're not even a science, which is... I understand, but also... Actually, I've been reading this blog. So, a little while back in the Discord server, we talked about a paper, which is very funny. I say paper, I use the term paper loosely. What is it called? Wait. This one? Things Could Be Better by Adam Mastroianni. Gosh, this is an Italian surname and I'm struggling with it. Adam Mastroianni. There we go. And Ethan Ludvin Perry. It's very funny. Like, it's a scientific paper, but they just reprinted it and like wrote it in a really accessible way. It's very fun. I really like it. Here's the link. But yeah, I listened to a podcast with one of the authors, Adam Mastro. Adam Mastro. Name. Adam Mastroianni. There we go. Yes, with him, and he was saying, I can't remember if he said it in the podcast or if, because I then listened. He has also a podcast where he like it's just readings of his blog articles. And I think it might have been in one of those. He said that like he spends a lot of time thinking about like, you know, how to improve psychology's direction as a science. But like one of the things that he said was that he thinks that a lot of psychologists are under the impression that psychology is like an established science, like we're like, you know, middle of the road, like, you know, we know what we're doing. He argued that like we're actually really, really early on in our development as a science, and like we don't even have the basics like of what we're doing yet. Like, I don't know how, I'm doing a really bad job of paraphrasing his argument. But basically we're a baby. We are baby. We don't know what we're doing. And we need to work out like how to actually measure the things that we want to measure and like how to actually do the experiments that we want to do. And we need to just take a step back and like kind of do things from scratch a bit more. And like be a bit more diverse in our approach to try and uncover new ways of doing things. It's a really interesting like argument, and I'm the more I think about it, the more I feel like he has a point, because I do feel like a large chunk of psychology is just kind of like it came to me in a dream. Like, I swear this latent construct that we're measuring is definitely a thing. Or like I made a survey that definitely does the thing that I say it does. Yeah. But like he thinks that part of it is just technology, in the sense that like we don't have the technology to measure the things or to manipulate the things that we want to do yet. So yeah, physics envy. Yeah, exactly. Physics envy. The idea of physics envy is also very relevant. But yeah. It's a very interesting concept, and I recommend his blog actually. If you can, I forgot the name of it. If you want some like accessible writing, this one? Is this? Yeah, it's this one. Is this blog? If you want some accessible writing about psychology, I really enjoy it. I listen to the podcast because I don't like reading. Yeah, check it out if you're interested in that kind of thing. I think it's pretty fun. I think it's fun. Yeah. It was an interesting paper. It was an interesting paper. Hi Shubham, how you doing? I speak for devs, we're unemployed. See, this is interesting though, because a lot of people tell me that they're at work during the stream. So I don't even think it's that necessarily. I don't know, there's clearly just something about my streams that appeal to people that are already in STEM. I don't know. I find this very interesting. It's something that I want to think about more and work out more at some point, but not yet. I don't have the brain space. Biology is just things studying themselves. So true. Psychology is definitely a science. Yeah, we are. We definitely are. It's just we're babies. We're a baby science. I think the thank you for the follow, Cool Gmas. Welcome in. Welcome in. I think the analogy that he gave, like Adam, I think the analogy that he gave was it's like the transition from alchemy into chemistry we're kind of like still at that point. Like we're kind of still experimenting and doing random stuff and seeing what happens, and we haven't necessarily worked out the patterns underlying stuff coherently yet. Like people have got their pet theories, but they don't necessarily map onto what's actually happening. That was the argument that he gave. I'd say that psychology is still a rather young science. Yeah, it definitely is. It is very new. Yeah, it is very new compared to the natural sciences. That's the thing. I think psychology is like a formalized discipline. It's only really been a thing for like less than 100 years, isn't it? It's like it's a babby. And even then, like 100 years ago, a lot of the psychology that was still being done was not experimental in nature, you know? So it was starting to go that way, but you know, they're still processing. To be fair to the field, psychology is one of the hardest things to work with in terms of actual observable metrics. That's the thing. We do. It's really, really difficult. And that we also have like so many like confounding variables that we can't control as well, which doesn't help. Like you're basically kind of stuck between, do I just observe what's happening and then try and work out what the confounders might be? Like, do I just observe people's behavior? Or do I try and interpret it, but then risk applying a latent construct that isn't actually there? It's really difficult. Very, very difficult. That's how any science works. Archimedes' principle came to his mind in the bathtub. So true. So true. It came to me in a dream. Oh dear. I've heard from some maths and some stats circles that some psych stuff is obvious, except it kind of isn't. And if your reviewer isn't a math or stat background, then they'd see your paper is really groundbreaking. This more so relates to new ways to do research. Yeah, honestly, that is kind of true. Like, I do think a big part of the problem is that we don't have like a lot of our a lot of our stats training is done by other psychologists, so we tend to like perpetuate not particularly not necessarily the best understanding of why things are done in a certain way. So like, for example, like the research methods classes that I had and the stats classes I had were all very much like they were taught by psychologists, and apart from one was taught by a psychometrician, and it was like super in depth in terms of like the actual maths behind stuff. But everything else, and like that person had a stats background, but everything else was all done by psychologists. And you know, you obviously when you're a student, you're like, oh yeah, I trust you to some extent. But then like as a PhD student, I've gone away and done more reading, and I'm like, oh hang on, this is actively a bad way to do something according to like literally every other field. Yeah, I want to do more like I want to do more reading into maths and stats as well. It's really frustrating. Like I want to do so much more reading into like basic stuff like maths and stats and like philosophy of science and stuff, so that I can start building from the ground up again. Because like I feel like the PhD got me to the point where I can now start building from the ground up, if that makes sense. Like I had to do things in a bad way to understand what was going wrong, so that I can then go a step back and start again, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Working streams are so nice. I've been using them and YouTubers of these for years. Honestly, I love them. I use them all the time too. They're so good. So good. My go-to is normally artists though. Like if I'm actually like working in the day, normally I'll find like art streams rather than other people working on similar stuff, if that makes sense. Which is kind of funny. Like I do the pomodoro streams. I don't actually use the pomodoro technique myself that much in day-to-day life. I feel like I should. It's really helpful. The VTuber avatar is something a lot of devs do. Yeah, that's also true. That is also true. And there's a lot of like really cool stuff coming out of like dev VTuber spaces, like custom integrations with stuff. It's really, really cool. Even computer science is also there. That's very true. That's very, very true. I feel like comp sci and psychology are kind of like around the same age, right? We're probably following similar trajectories. psychiatry has also come a long way in the last 10 to 15 years. That's very true. Very, very true. Curious to see if psychology affects torts law in the future. Currently, you can't use mental conditions as a defense against torts and personal injury, only physical impairment. Torts law. I don't know what that is. Find out. Branch of common law that addresses civil wrongdoings or torts that cause harm to another person. Oh, okay. So you can't use psychological conditions as a defense against civil wrongdoing. Interesting. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. It would be super interesting though, wouldn't it? Yeah. COVID definitely accepted the accelerated the acceptance of mental health being more equal to physical health. Yeah, it did, didn't it? I think a lot of people that normally would never have had any experience with mental health difficulties, yeah, suddenly started experiencing a little bit, which is, yeah, understandable because we had a massive collective trauma. So, what do you mean you psychologists can't surgically delete pathways and then see the impact on other aspects like we do? What do you mean there's moral implications? Don't your model organisms have a 1-year lifespan? Yes. Imagine if we could. That would be something. That would be really something. That should be, yeah, that's very interesting. I get too distracted with art streams. See, I don't know why. Well, it depends on the streamer, actually. If they've got a very chill vibe, then I'm fine. But if they're a bit of a chaotic one, they talk, like, a lot, like, all over the place, then I can't focus. But I don't know, something about, like, having a art stream, like a chill art stream in the background, I can just zone it out. Very good. There's also a language barrier. For example, hierarchical model is a nested model comparison. I don't know what that means. A nested model comparison? I don't understand what a nested model comparison is. I know what a hierarchical model is. Well, I guess you're saying they're the same thing, so yeah. But just different, yeah, different fields use different terminology. It's a bit annoying. I don't know why we do that. You may be back. Okay, bye-bye. Kojimas, thank you for dropping by. And if you do come back, say hi. Thank you for joining us. Okay, the time has gone off. I need to work again. Right. Let's do... Oh, I need to keep reading. Okay. I'll keep reading. It's fine. We'll do a good job. Nested models is a stats thing. I see. I feel like I need to go kind of step by step. Like I'll go back over the social science orientated stats teaching stuff, and then I'll go to the basic stuff, and then I'll be like, oh, so that's what's wrong. But yeah, it's time to do our 45 minutes of work. So let's do that. Let's do 45 minutes of work. I'm going to keep reading and hopefully make a bit of progress on the literature review part as well. I just really need to fill in some gaps. That, to be fair, that's what I'm doing. So yeah, let me know what you're up to. I'd like to know. It makes me happy to know what other people are doing. But yeah, I'll see you all in 45 minutes. See you then. Hello. It is time. Hello, hello, hello. It is break time. I have literally one paragraph, so I'm just gonna read that very quickly, and then I will, I will start talking properly. I can wait. Can I read this out? It's an extract. I can read it out. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Welfare reform was a major objective of Newt Gingrich's Republican Revolution of 1994 and the contract with America that followed. In 2005, President Bush conducted a speaking tour called 60 Stops in 60 Days aimed at persuading the public to privatize the liberal security system established by Franklin D. Roosevelt 70 years earlier.
Hey.
Hey. Thank you for the 100 bits, guns. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I've finished reading this very interesting extract about welfare reform. Yes, very cool, very funky. Okay. Right, 15 minutes. There we go. Okay. How are we all doing? How you all doing? Hi everyone. How are you doing? How are you doing? You're sleepy, guns? I don't blame you. So am I. I'm also really sleepy. Thank you for the good luck. Thank you. That went quickly. It did, didn't it? It did go quickly. But I don't know. I'm still not finished. I'm like halfway through this paper. It's quite long. Actually, I'm on 10 out of 20 pages, but how many references? Why is there an order form at the end of this There's an order form at the end of this PDF. Okay. Send this order form to the American Psychological Association. Okay. How many pages at the end of reference? Okay. 2 pages of references, so that means I'm actually on 10 out of 18, so I'm more than halfway through. That's good. That's nice. I like that. We'll get there, we'll get there. How are you all doing? How is your, those of you that are working, how's your progress going? How are you doing? I would like to know. Yeah, I've been reading. I've just continued reading. I think I've read 5 pages. It's quite dense. It's a lot of like, it's a lot of it's like, it's a mixture of literature review and then also like large scale survey, like public opinion polling analysis. So it's a bit intense, and I keep having to like read the same sentence 4 times to process it. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Legal research is 1 step forward and 3 steps back. As soon as you find a ruling, you have to make sure it falls under your jurisdiction, or if your precedent doesn't completely void, or if precedent doesn't completely void your research. Oh, I can imagine that's painful. Yeah. I feel like psychology, it's not so much 1 step forward and 3 steps back like that. Like, it's like sometimes you find things that genuinely just undermine everything, but more it's like you have an idea and then you're like, I'm going to look into this idea, and you look at the recent literature and there's not really much about it, and then it turns out that actually somebody's already done it in 1968 or something. That's more what happens, because we're not very good, I think we're not very good at remembering the older literature. Like, I know in my undergrad, I was actively told, like, you know, mostly look at literature from the last 15 years. Like, you know, old stuff is normally irrelevant unless it's like a really like central paper, but we'll tell you if there's a central paper. And then like I kind of fell into that trap a little bit. Yeah, and it means that like I did read like a lot of the older literature about conspiracy theories, but like I haven't, for example, I haven't read around it. I haven't read about like false memories or propaganda, for example. I wish I'd read a bit more of that. Yeah. I don't know. Finished a small grant proposal. Nice, nice, good job. Good job. Now I just need to finish reading a few papers for leading a discussion on Tuesday. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Yeah, reading a few papers is always like, oh yeah, you know, it's fine. I can just do that. And then like papers are so variable for me. Some of them I can read an entire like 20-page paper literally in like half an hour, and then some of them takes me the whole day and it's the same number of pages, and I don't understand why. It hurts. It hurts. Meal prepped my artificial food for tomorrow. Very nice. Finished cleaning my house. Finished laundry. Fixed 3 overlay glitches and updated the character journal. Dang, you are on a roll. Very nice. Very, very nice. Well done. Well done. Oh, I need to do some laundry. That reminds me. We need to do some laundry. Okay. I'll add that to my list of things that I need to stream. I keep forgetting. I'm like really bad at remembering to do laundry. I forget about it. Yeah. Then I'm like, oh no, I'm teaching in 2 days and I haven't got any clothes. That's not ideal. Or I haven't got any clothes appropriate to teach in. Yes. Your help, thank you. Yes. We need to also probably run the dishwasher. Yes, this is also probably something we need to do. Yes, yes, yes. Adulting, am I right? Haha. I'm working on whether a hypothetical police officer did a lawful search. Oh, interesting. The consensual search jurisprudence. Jurisprudence? Am I saying that right? Jurisprudence? I don't know. Yes. Said it's consensual if the person feels like they're free to go. And the next sentence is, it doesn't matter what the suspect thinks though, just what a reasonable person would think. And it's just confusing at some point whether the suspect's belief mattered. Oh dear. That sounds about right. I said it right. Okay, good. Good. Okay, good. I want to print. I'm doing good with pronunciation today. I'm quite proud of myself. I'm doing a good job. Yeah, no, I can imagine that's confusing because, like, when it gets down to just entirely like subjective beliefs, I'm just like, oh gosh, okay. Reasonable person concept in law. Yeah, I don't understand how it works. Because, like, who gets to define who's reasonable? Because, like, what I think is reasonable and what someone else thinks is reasonable might be totally different, you know? I don't get it. It implies that there's, like, ouch. It implies that there's, like, some implicit agreement amongst everybody, and it's like, but what if I don't? What if I don't agree? There's a definition. Oh, okay. It's defined by what a jury. Oh, it's the reasonable is defined by a jury, which is the hardest thing in the world. 12 people agreeing. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Actually, I guess it's quite variable. I don't know much about like legal applications of psychology. I did a forensic psychology like class. I did do one, but I don't really remember much. But I know that like it can be when people get entrenched in their positions, obviously it can be really hard to make 12 people agree. But I wonder if there's also like an element of groupthink where like people just agree with like the thing that is suggested, you know? And then everybody just kind of gets stuck in the group's opinion and nobody thinks to challenge it. I wonder how much that's a thing. Yeah. That's the sticky about the concept. Yeah. No lawyer would want you on a jury. Can you imagine? Well, thankfully, jury here is just entirely randomly assigned based on the, I think based on the, like, who's registered to vote. So I could end up on a jury. I could end up on a jury and cause problems. I'd just be like, but are you sure though? Are you sure though? Some law hypotheticals are funny though. Like you can have a battery without assault, which is like someone can get harmful contact without being aware. And the image in my mind is a silent wrestler rushing from behind with an RKO. Yeah, this is exactly why I didn't. So I got offered like a scholarship to do a forensic psychology master's, and I looked at it and I was like, the law is too much subjectiveness. It stresses me out. Like don't get me wrong, psychology can also be very, very subjective, but the level of subject, like it's all subjective, and it just, I don't know, it makes my brain hurt. So yeah. I'm a psychological researcher and have a bit of dismiss. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't end up on a jury in places where juries are assigned. That's definitely. But yeah, we have the random system here, so anyone that's registered to vote can end up being on a jury, which is quite funny. I know a few people that have done it. I haven't been called yet, which is quite surprising because like everybody almost, I'm not joking, but I think about 10% of people that I know has ended up doing it. So I know it's gonna come. And like the longer that you live, the more likely obviously that you're gonna do it. So I think like the chance of me ending up on a jury at some point is very high, actually. Yes. Yes. Very fun. Very cool. Although I don't know if it's based on a dress, actually. If it's based on a dress, then like obviously while I was a student I would have been moving around a lot, so maybe I never got called for that reason. Uncertainty. It's pretty much the same-ish here, but they can review the jurors and they get a small amount of rejections. I don't think that there's rejections here. I don't think that the people involved in the case or their lawyers are allowed to reject. I might be wrong, but I don't think they can. I think the only reason why you can be rejected is if you have a really obvious conflict of interest, like you know one of the people, or if you have like certain work duties that you can't get time off for. Yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like, there's exemptions for, like, if you're a doctor or something, as in a medical doctor, but everyone else has to do it. Judges love hearing everyone's excuses for jury duty. I used to watch that when I worked for the state attorney's office. Excuses, like, to try and get out of it, or what? I don't know. I actually kind of want to do it. I think it'd be interesting. The people that I know that have done it said it was a genuinely very interesting experience, but I feel like I'd be weird because as well as like paying attention to the case and like evaluating the evidence of the case, I'd also be like watching the social processes, because of course I would be. And I'd be like, I'd be observing the jury and being like, huh, interesting, what's going on here? This is interesting. I wonder if you can like work out people's like underlying biases based on how they respond to certain elements of the jury. I don't know. Get Out, yeah. I don't know why people are so opposed to it. Like it does actually sound really interesting to me. I guess people have got other stuff that they want to do. And also I guess, yeah, you don't know how long it's going to drag on for. The way it works in my jurisdiction is basically prosecution and defense ping pong back and forth. Who is chosen and who is not chosen until both sides agree on 12 jurors. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna check this actually because I don't want to be spreading misinformation. Okay, let's have a look. Right. How are jurors selected? What are the exemptions? Yeah, so anyone can be called for it, but some people are not qualified to do jury service. You can't do it if you're on bail. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You also can't do jury service if you're employed in a relevant institution. That also makes sense. And also if you don't understand English, that also makes sense. Okay. And then there's like certain jobs where you can be excused. So like if you're a politician or if you are some kind of public official or religious clergy, full-time teacher. Yeah. Or a medical professional. So those are the reasons why you can get out of it. Otherwise you have to do it if you're called, which is interesting. There's nothing here saying that like people have like the two sides have say. So yeah, I think it's just not a thing here. Interesting. Spreading misinformation on the internet? I know, terrible. You have to sequester, you aren't compensated enough and it can drastically impact your day-to-day. Yeah, I can imagine that. I think, if I remember correctly, thank you for the follow, Bushy, thank you. I think if I remember correctly, there is an allowance for it, but I think also most places, because it's like like a requirement. You have to do it. I think most places of work actually just like give you paid leave to do it. So you can claim an allowance for like food and travel, and then you should also be getting paid normally. That's my understanding. I know for my PhD stipend, for like there was someone that got, like a PhD student that got summoned, and at the time we didn't actually have any paid leave as part of my contract. That's changed now, thankfully, after there was a lot of outcry about it mostly during COVID, when people were getting sick and they were like taking, you know, a big chunk of time off, either to, you know, because they had some kind of long-term to COVID, or because, you know, they had to care for their kids, stuff like that. So they changed it because of that. But yeah, before that we didn't actually get like any kind of paid leave, including like parental leave and stuff like that, which was pretty bad. I think, if I remember correctly, they changed it in my second year. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they did it, but it's also like, yikes. Kind of should have given us that anyway. That's what we get for being students instead of employees. But yeah, so we weren't, under that first contract, we weren't paid for jury service. Like, we couldn't keep being paid a stipend. We'd have to take a leave of absence from the university and stop being paid. And then I think it was actually because somebody got summoned for jury service, or like there was a few people that were summoned in 1 year, and everyone was like, hey, and one of them dragged on as well. Like, it was a quite intense case. It dragged on for like a few months. They changed it, so that's good. That's good. I claim not to understand right from wrong and be exempted. I actually don't know. That's definitely not a thing here. But like, if you've got some kind of what's the word? If you're like neurodivergent or have like a mental health problem where it would impact your ability to assess the evidence, then you can be exempted, but not by default. Not by default. You have to prove it. Yes, we slog through higher education together. Yes, yes. Although I'm only slogging through higher education for another like 2 months, which is kind of scary. Which is why I need to get this finished. I will finish it, I swear. If anyone's interested, the word count on my literature review is now 6,000. And like the max it can be is 10,000. So that's good. That's evidence that I'm getting close to the end of finishing it. Brilliant. I'm getting close to finishing it. This is good. This is good. Legally speaking, yeah, a job cannot fire you for jury service, and if you do not get compensation, then the court will compensate you. Okay, that's good. That's good. I don't know if it's the same here, because I remember one of the students that I spoke to, like I met them through a grad school, and I remember speaking to them, and they were like, yeah, it was really difficult, like, and I had to like apply for emergency funding through the uni and stuff. So yeah. Because we're not a job, that's the problem. Like, we're not a job, so we don't have any workers' rights. So, like, if the university says to us, like, you have to go on temporary leave while you do this jury service, we will not extend your program. Otherwise, then kind of have to. Yeah. This is more of a reason why we should be considered staff, really, isn't it? You know, like they do in developed, civilized countries. Like the Netherlands. I'm so jealous of my friends that are doing PhDs in the Netherlands, because they have actual salaries, like decent salaries, and they get workers' rights, and it's wild. And they get time as well to actually do stuff. It makes me so angry. I want to be a person too. Proud of you, thank you. Yeah, they're considered staff there. Yeah, I know, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. One of my friends has an actual like decent salary, and it's like, it's something ridiculous. Like, it's over double what I was being paid while I was being paid. Because yeah, that's the other thing, is that with us, when your funding runs out, your funding just runs out. That's it. Like, what's that? You were being paid below minimum wage for 3 years? Well, that's all well and good, but you've taken more than 3 years, so now you're getting paid nothing. Then you have to work alongside your degree like I'm doing, and then you cry. Cry as an American. Oh, I can imagine that's even worse. I can imagine. I do wonder though. I think it's kind of biased because the people that I've spoken to have largely done, as in America, like the friends I have in like that have done grad school in the US. I think they've largely been in institutions that were quite well funded, and they made like 3 times what I did, which again stressed me out. Yeah, because Ireland's not cheap, you know. The salaries aren't great compared to doing actual work. See, I wouldn't mind being slightly underpaid in a way because, you know, it's like, it's covering my tuition fees and library access and all that jazz as well. Like, I'm kind of okay with being paid a little bit less for a period of time, but my stipend it was below minimum wage, which is just a bit silly. Like, because then I had to work on top of it even when I was being paid the stipend, and then yeah, I've not actually even had a stipend for the last year, so it's a bit of a silly system, really. Sorry, I'm complaining. Sorry. I'm very, very lucky to have even had funding in the first place. I know people that didn't get any funding whatsoever, so yeah. Currently enroll much below my level of education, and I out-earn PhD students. Yeah, I can imagine. That's yeah. It's just underpaid everywhere, really, isn't it? Yeah. Hi Carmen, how you doing? How you doing? It's been a while. What's going on? I didn't know you're working or you're doing a degree. Yeah, I've been working the last year. I've been working like 3 jobs alongside my my degree. So yeah, it's been an experience because I'm doing like a weird mix of stuff as well. Like I've got like random like freelance stuff, and then I've got like TAing, as in like teaching assistant work, and then I'm doing like a third thing which I don't want to say what it is because it's like weirdly specific, but it's fun. I like the job, but it's like nothing to do with my degree really. What? It's a little bit to do with my PhD, but not really, if that makes sense. It's enjoyable and it's well paid, but yeah, it's like I feel like I didn't really need a PhD for it. But yeah, I think I work like 2, maybe sometimes 3 days a week. So yeah, it do be like that. Do be like that. You're allowed to complain at this stage. Thank you. I'm very much in the complaining phase. Yeah, I'm very much there. Hi, Webster. How you doing? How you doing? Wrapping up for the day? I am indeed, actually. Yeah. I was gonna say, actually, I haven't even said it yet, but yes, I think I'm gonna call it quits for today because I'm getting a bit tired, but also I think I'm at the point where like I need to really just absorb into the paper and like work out how it fits in with what I've written and what I need to change and stuff. So yeah, I think that'll be it for the rest of the day. We've been doing some pomodoro sessions. Whoa. Didn't hear anything. That's my reminder. Take your medication. That's what that was. Yeah, no, I think I need to wrap up. Also, it's getting late here and I need to make dinner really. So, yeah. Yeah. How are you doing, Wufter? How are you doing? I hope you're good. It's going well. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Sad to hear that any PhD student has to work on top of their research. The school I went to was super well funded and I didn't know anyone who had this issue. Yeah, I think it's a very regional and also like institutional and also possibly field-based thing. Like it varies quite a lot. Psychology, like pretty much everybody I know, it's definitely a thing in Ireland. Like everybody works because yeah, we're not really very well paid. Thank you, Professor Dutchy, for this prime sub. Thank you so much. I remembered had it lying around. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's the school, like I go to a university that is decently funded, but I think that it was like government funding and there was some stuff going on and they just didn't bother fixing it in line with what it should have been. I'm being vague because it's like it's too weirdly specific. I don't know. Oh no, but yeah, so pretty much everybody in my department like does either TA work or like consulting work on top of their research. Because yeah, some people don't even get paid at all, which is something else entirely. Like, I don't know, that makes me irritated. Also, I forgot to say thank you for the follow, Flurry. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? I hope you're good. Enjoyed the extra hour of sleep? Yeah. I did too. I slept a bit too much, actually. I think I slept like 10 hours last night. It was really something. I think I probably needed it, though. I think I'm into like the burnout period of the PhD writing, where it's like pain. I hope it's temporary and it gets better soon. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm finishing at the end of the year, so then I will just go into a normal full-time job. So I'll actually, you know, no longer be doing weird things here or there. But yeah, it's been odd. It's been odd. It's been a strange phase. Glad I could at least sit in for part of the session. It was really nice to get the outline worked on with someone. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, it's really lovely to have you in. I'm already past halfway, which is good for something during 3 hours. Let's go. Okay, you need to take that motivation and keep going. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. You'll manage. Thank you. I'll try. Just seen that there's an ad going. Okay, Twitch. Thanks. I'm gonna let the ad run through, and then yeah, yeah. I think it's getting time to wrap up because, like I said, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I need to get absorbed into my paper. It's I don't know. It's just one of those topics where it's just like a bit, but no, it's like it's quite intense to read. There's a lot of polling data. I'm kind of sat here like, this is relevant in some ways, but it's also like most of this is not relevant, but like the bits that are relevant are really relevant, so I do actually need to read this. Yeah. And this is just one paper. I've got like another few that I need to at least skim read. This is the main one that I wanted to read because it's like a review. But yeah, there's a few others that I need to skim. So that's going to be the rest of my evening, I think, is just skim reading papers. Yay! And then adding like maybe 200 words into my literature review as a result. Very cool. Very fun. Yay! Remember to keep it between the lanes. I'm trying my best. I've got like work stuff to do as well though. That's the problem. Like I've been given a whole bunch of like lab reports I need to mark as well. And it's like, it's not even quantitative work. So I'm like, I need to actually focus on that. I can't just like go through with my checklist and be like, yes, congratulations, you did regression. Good job. I have to actually read. So yeah, that's fine. I'll do it. I'll be fine. Need to sit down and started on it. Obviously, I can't do that on stream because it's like students' privacy and all that jazz. I ain't doing that. Let me put this away. Wait, where is it? There we go. Yes, I put that away. There we go. Now I can look at things. I can look at things. You and husband got this and you're doing well. Thank you. I'm trying. I really am trying. You can't have students work and their names on Twitch? I know. Is it terrible? Who invented data protection? Shaking my head. If only. I'm sure the thing is it is actually anonymized, to be fair, but I don't want to risk it because I'm really paranoid. Damn HIPAA. I know. Shaking my head. That darn GDPR. Yeah, no, it's I'm just really paranoid about it because like I know that obviously I have stuff blurred on my work view because, you know, I'm just a little bit of privacy in what I'm doing. But it just feels wrong. Like it's not even like a data protection thing because I think data protection wise it's actually fine. It just feels wrong. It just feels wrong to like mark students' work on Twitch. And also like it gets really But I do think that there is also probably data protection issues with it, so I just wouldn't do it anyway. But like I said, it does also just feel wrong. Then I also have to like focus quite intensely because sometimes the quality of writing is variable. Because they're undergrads, you know, they're still learning. I need to like actually get in the zone and just focus on. Yeah, it's like that. Okay, so with that, I think it's time to wrap up. I'm tired and I want to go make some food. Do we want to today? Do we want to go to another co-working session? Shall I raid into another person that's co-working, or do we want to go and have some fun somewhere else and do something different? Because I don't mind. I'm open to suggestions. You know, you become jaded when you refer to students as they're just undergrads. I know. It's so bad. I realised, like, it's not even that long ago that I was an undergrad. I was an undergrad, like, 5 years ago, which, like, obviously in the grand scheme of things is not that long. But those 5 years have just been something, man. Like, those 5 years have done something to me. Oh, I've had too much character development. Please make it stop. Make the character development stop. Oh dear. But yeah, so do we have any preferences? Do we want to go into someone else that's co-working? Or do we want to go into somebody else that's not co-working? That's I'm gonna set up a poll. Oh gosh, I can't spell. There we go. Do a 1 minute poll. Cast your votes quickly. Cast your votes quickly. Up to you. I'm asking because I don't want to decide. I don't have the brain capacity to decide. That's why I'm asking. Oh dear. Work hard, play hard. So true. So true. Except for me, it feels like work hard, work more hard. I don't. Yeah. I'm gonna be the girlfriend who says you get to pick dinner and get mad. I won't get mad. I have genuinely no preference. When I say it, I mean it. Husband will back me up. The amount of times where he's like, "What do you want to do?" and I'm like, "I have no preference. You can decide." And then I never actually get mad with whatever is decided. I'm just genuinely just like, okay, I'm happy. You know? I feel like I don't have the brain capacity for it at the minute. It's like the judge saying, "Mer, let the jury decide." Exactly. That's exactly my thinking. I didn't get 12 responses on the poll, so it's not a valid jury, but you know, it's half. We'll just double it and say that it was that. Fine. Work hard, work hard, work harder, you deserve a nap, and then work even harder. So true. That's literally me at the minute. Bungee jumping it is. Okay. The winning decision was co-working, so we're doing that. Right, okay. Here is the raid message, because otherwise I'll forget. Oh, I will forget. Alone in the play camp. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're all too productive. We're in a productive mood today. What's going on? Why? Why are you productive? I don't like it. Right, same category. Let's see, who's here? Actually, the bigger problem in co-working from what I've seen is actually finding one in English, because there's a lot of like Spanish and French co-working streams. There's someone doing psychology, but they're in Spanish, so that's sad. Oh wait, but it says Espanol and English. Okay, that's a maybe. We'll consider the psychology co-working person if I can't see any. That's 18 plus. We don't want that one. That's also Art and Fortnite. I don't. Not. Maybe not Fortnite. Are there any VTubers? I'm trying to see. There are a few, but it looks like they're mostly not English speaking. So, okay, Let's go to the psychology person then. Why not? Let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it because the co-working streams give me motivation to not like just give up and sit in bed and cry. So that's good. I did actually get a fair amount of reading and writing done, so that's very good. Because this assignment is due in 3 hours. Yes, you need to focus on getting that sorted. Okay, no, the entire chat is in Spanish. I refuse. We're not. Okay, okay, I'm struggling. Right. Wow. I'm struggling. Portuguese. Spanish. That person's like AFK. Spanish. French. Romanian. English? AFK. Why are English co-working streamers like this? Spanish. Okay. Instrument to inference architectures for machine learning of hyperspectral image datasets. Maybe? Just go to a fun one. No, you're not allowed. We're going to co-working. I just want somebody that isn't in Spanish. Oh, I think this person isn't in Spanish. Yes, okay. Okay. Okay, the reason why I'm struggling is because I'm looking at the list and so many of the English ones are like AFK. Like they're just not there. They're like, I'm making dinner right now, which is fair enough. Or like they're making lunch right now, which is fair enough. I think I found someone. envtuber. Yes, okay, we found a VTuber. We found a VTuber who's doing a study date with someone else. They're doing, okay, let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know what their stream's going to be like, but we will find them and we will co-work with them. What are they doing? They're doing... The drawing shows a sulfur dioxide molecule. Sure. Now that lunch has been mentioned, I need a snack. Yeah, I need to as well. Chat should just be expected to know Spanish. Yes. Let's all learn Spanish. Oh no, they're chemists. It's fine. It'll be fine. We'll do fine. Okay. They've only got some stuff going on with this quiz, I think. But I think that's fine. I don't know if they're doing a pomodoro, but we'll find out. Let's do it. Not eaten since swordsmanship practice. I have questions. Swordsmanship practice? That's very cool. My thing's going off again. Goodness gracious. I've been stalling so much that my alarm's going off again. This is so scuffed. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're going to go and raid into Cinnamon Snow, who is doing co-working some kind of chemistry thing, I think. Let's do that. Let's go. Let's go and say hi. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, go and eat. If you need to go eat, go and eat. Did you arrive at the end of the stream? Hi, Violet, you did. I'm sorry. And also, hi, Dead Hyperspace. You've also arrived at the end of the stream. I'm sorry. We're just raiding out. I'm so sorry. But welcome in. Thank you for dropping by. And thank you, everybody that's been here as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. We got some stuff done, so that's good. That's good. We're making good progress on things. I'm sorry. Here's the raid message again. Streams for next week, I don't know yet. I haven't done my schedule yet. Keep an eye out on social media channels and there will be a schedule. Probably evenings. Evenings Europe time, as always, but don't quote me on it. It really just depends on what my schedule's doing at the minute, so yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, and hopefully I'll see you next time, and if not, that's cool too, don't worry. Thank you for joining me. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.